Hello, testing. Oh my god, the sniffers. I forgot to log into a thingy, and so you might have to refresh the page for the emote only mode to turn off. Oh my god, the sniffers. I forgot to log into a. You might have. Alright, I think we were in the middle of a trial. I haven't finished my Christmas model yet, so I got this like Santa hat thingy. It has physics in. I don't know if that was a good idea because it kind of slip-slops around my head a little too much. I thought like just the tail would have physics, but yeah, no, this entire thing. Sniffer? Oh, it's a emote that you use an extension for. I think the one I normally use is like it's either Better TV or 7TTV or something like that. And then basically if you have that extension, it converts a bunch of text into emotes. Unless you were just reacting in general to the emote. It's one of my favorites. I think what it was is we were about to take a recess. Yeah. After Albert practically confessed to everything, even though he didn't do anything.
Good onion is a heavy onion.
Thank you. Oh my god. Too many onions and I get a nosebleed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean. About what he was really constructing. Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case I won't say anymore. Also, yes, hello Gammy, how are you doing tonight? Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. I'm sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Bruno, so it would be a surprise. Well, did it work?
I was surprised, all right. Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Very sleepy? Does that mean you're about to take a big nap or go to sleep soon? Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future.
Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial.
I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh. Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course, So, what's brought you back? Professor Mikotoba, not protest.
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait.
The gang's all back together. Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. But despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Oh man. And now we're back to investigating, I think. Okay, save my current progress. Yes.
Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar.
I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true.
So is your father all right, Susie? What happened? My father?
Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a high fever for some unknown reason.
That's right. So I was surprised to learn he'd be coming back so soon. Unsurprised, but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that.
Well, we're all delighted to have you back.
It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium.
The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh!
You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan.
Yes, of course, I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About, you know who. About Kazuma.
I know. I'll tell you all that I can.
Okay, so she's back in Britain.
When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial? Oh, yes. The murder of Giselle Brett.
Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow! Amazing! I wished I'd seen it, don't you, Runo?
Yes, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. She could be a little Conan, you know? There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Why would that be then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie.
That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Okay, Forensic Science Symposium, or I'm gonna call it the FSS. Lord Strongheart mentioned about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say?
Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him now, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder.
Yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days.
Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life.
Well, anyway, his father was invited to the symposium. He agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead.
Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important.
I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally, then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it.
How trying for you.
Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongfully accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, Giselle Brett.
Oh, never mind, that's me. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live.
The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist.
Didn't exist? But how can that be?
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. She wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front.
Front? Who on earth was she then?
Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anyway. What could the woman have been up to?
I'm afraid I don't really know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
and now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? After my friend Ray's trial, a reporter who actually killed Miss Pratt said something very strange. God, I don't remember this man's voice.
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never.
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-san. Oh, Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been. Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. Oh my god, he's not dead, guys. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know if they're gonna pull a red herring, but like, you can't tell me that Kazuma is not actually not dead, you know? It just disappeared. What? Kazuma's body vanished. Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't in there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes. It would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. What is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Wait, or should I say, hold it. Yeah, there's like, I don't know, I have like this theory that Kazuma's not actually dead, and like, this game is making me believe that he's not. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Burio were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remembered it clearly. Ah, you're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. And there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. The lady that was arrested for killing Kazuma, wouldn't she be set free if he lived? Nobody was arrested. Actually, it wasn't the lady. It was, God, what happened? Yeah, nobody was arrested, I don't think, right? From what I recall, like, because his death was literally an accident. He literally tripped over a cat, fell, cracked his head on the floor or whatever it was. Because, yeah, technically nobody killed him. It was all supposedly an accident, from what I remember. I think he, like, tripped on the cat and then stepped on something and then, like, fell. But I don't remember. It's been so long. Okay, well, I guess I can look at stuff again. I don't know if it'll be new or not.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Which you think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors. But it is Usada-san's tea. And it's amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do. Maybe he's doing a Sherlock move and he faked his death? I mean, he could have. Well, my current theory is that he's still alive. I don't know, he might have faked his death, but for what purpose? And like, I don't know. I don't know if this would have been like some weird elaborate way to get Ryunosuke to become a lawyer, because I don't know, that feels so weird. But it could be. We'll have to see. Because I have a suspicious feeling that that one mysterious character is Kazuma. Because who else could it be but me? I don't know. We'll see.
I would clearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London.
Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you would, wouldn't you?
That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason.
You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see.
It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. We have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas.
It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire is burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death.
Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me.
Oh well, perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later.
Everyone just dies of carbon monoxide poisoning. Thinking back, that spade's been in here since we first moved in, hasn't it?
I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade, it's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel.
The Great Spade Shovel War rages on. I love that bit.
I see your Dharma still only has one eye filled in.
Well, we agreed that it's something we do together, didn't we? You could do it right now if you like. I'd be happy with that.
I rather like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
Searched up to what happened to the girl and it's confusing. I don't want to know if it's a spoiler for later. I don't quite remember if they ever mentioned what happened to her, but yeah, if it's something that spoils something later on, I don't want to hear it. All I know is that she was attempting to run away to, like, somewhere. She was attempting to run away from her ballet company. You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always.
You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses.
But Miss Usado, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences.
In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed.
Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here. Oh, that's the photograph.
That was taken when I left London, wasn't it? I have the same photograph on display in my room at home in Japan, you know.
I wondered if we'd ever all be together again, to be honest.
Oh, I know. So did I. But here we are, and I'm quite sure there's a reason we've been brought back together.
I can't deny that having Susato-san back again makes me feel as though fate has something big in store for us. Never mind, it's not confusing. Yes, sometimes you just gotta read things over again a few times before they make sense. Oh, there's Iris. She's just there. Okay. Yeah, she wasn't arrested because, like, technically it was nobody's fault that Kazuma died. Your room through there should be exactly as you left it. I've still never been inside. I've never been invited.
Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room.
No doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again then.
I'm so pleased to see all our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium.
Yes, the prawns are still swimming and the anemones are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. They're like part of the family now.
I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker.
Or does Iris have anything to say?
It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles.
I'm pretty sure that's the collar has something to do with that. There's a reason she's not allowed to publish that story. There's a reason there was a dog collar with the B on it. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting, The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning my father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles.
What?
My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and...
Susato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father.
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it and certainly don't tell anybody else about it. Do you understand? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan?
I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits.
When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you.
Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie.
And so, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Trevor, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes. You must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down, which is a job for the police or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today.
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you caught on, won't you?
That was a little abrupt. The pull on the herb market must be strong. Okay. I don't think anything new will be said. Well, I don't know. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. Do be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. I'm pretty sure a lot of this is a repeat. This blackboard is where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. And cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak. All your questions would be answered if only you would read this month's Rants magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. Huh, that's interesting. Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he solved. It's one of my favorite parts of this room, full of items and such exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added to it since I last looked. Now, there's a mysterious pince nez. I see a mysterious little box, a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit. I think that last one might just be one of Iris's unfinished snacks. Okay. That's Iris's wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Just look at all the little bottles she squeezed onto the shelves. Yes, and there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles too. But the labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one here reads Deadly Poison. Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know? Just try to avoid any bottles labeled Deadly Poison or Highly Explosive. Pretty sure Sholmes drank a highly explosive bottle. Iris's pretty little tea set is set out beautifully as ever. Look. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of a tea set that you can make good tea. Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you do overthink things at times. If I've remembered correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. And to think that every single one of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes blossomed from this very machine. Ah, it's such a dreamy thought. I actually had a go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. Now I've made Susato-san angry as well. I think that's everything to look at in this room. I mean, there's that chest, but I can't imagine that. There's all sorts of on these shelves, chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. It looks as though it might topple, yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Sholmes' brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. It looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. The one he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called again? Shodi something. Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo. Stragavor... Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. I finally managed to remember this behemoth's name, the Great Analytoscope. I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Oh, is that right? Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker. Ah, of course. Oh, that's given me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office would be tidy at last. Don't even joke about it, Miss Susato. You are joking, aren't you? Yes, okay. Well, I guess this chest I can look at. My eye is always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is, so you'd think that they treat it with more care, really. But only the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Oh no! I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh dear, that is a painful tale. I love Sholmes shenanigans. Also, hello Smooth Taxter, how are you doing? I was going to come in and throw a rock at you, but what stopped you? Let's see, where can I go? I can go to the Lord Chief Justice's office. It says the browser source isn't active. Oh, is it? Give me a second. Should be active now. I refreshed it. There we go. Alright, I don't think there's anything to do in here. Oh shit, never mind. Who is this? I've never seen this person before. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray.
Oh my god. Oh. I'm just being pelted today, huh? You mean because of Professor Harebrayne's experiment? Oh my goodness, my head is so big.
Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time.
It's scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, it's got the little... Isn't this usually a sign for doctors? Am I wrong? Like this symbol, I think? Now I have one of every 4 of them and I'm bankrupt. I hope it was worth it. Oh goodness.
Yes, thank you.
It's funny, it looked like she bowed into the tomato. Who was that? Maybe she was the, Yeah, coroner, that's the word. Man, I had such a massive brain fart.
That was Dr. Courtney Sith, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief's coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. It's so hard not to say Mr. Assman.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Right.
Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. I don't know if there's anything I want to ask him. Oh, I guess yeah. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before?
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago. Now, unofficially, of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago.
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
What do you mean?
For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell.
Maybe he's the Reaper.
I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future.
Look at those eyes. He means every word.
Dr. Scythe. Is it Scythe? Scythe, right? I don't know. Scythe? Scythe? Is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the Forensics Division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean.
It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jikoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly.
Still can't say that word right.
Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way.
I didn't think that you were.
Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh my god, not the Saint Sinners. Could you imagine if that was the name of a church? I would cry.
Dr. Sith was also there then, as it happens.
Then Dr. Sith knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Did her mom die around this time? I don't actually know if her mom's dead. I'm just assuming she is, because if she had to live with her grandmother. Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right?
You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
What? Why?
When his brother, Clint Van Zeeks, was murdered, it was just after young Barrick had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barrick Van Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word! So, Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother. Also, heads up, we have ads in 5 minutes.
Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Harebrayne's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains if possible.
Are you well versed in science then?
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Sith's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium. You understand.
Oh, and then he's gone. I don't know if Susato has anything to say about the stuff in this room. These very European suits of armor are still glaring at each other across the carpet, I see. In a way, they feel like guardians of the Lord Chief Justice's office. I suppose. They're rather like the lion dogs that guard shrines in Japan, aren't they? Aren't they a bit too human to be called lion dogs? And did you know that it's a dream of mine to keep 2 cats one day? I feel as though we've gone off at a bit of a tangent, don't you? That's cute. Someone file that away. Susato wants 2 cats in the future. You couldn't read all these books even if you were reincarnated 6 times over as a bookworm. Can Lord Strongheart really have read all of these? Thinking about it, her father's study is full of books that look as though they've never been read, too. Oh, really? Peddlers of books are forever pushing their wares on him, you see. And I think he's just too kind-hearted to refuse them. There's a phrase for that in Britain. People would say they saw him coming. It makes me wonder if perhaps the vast number of books on the shelves in here are a sign of Lord Strongheart's overwhelming kind-heartedness. I'm not sure you could afford to have a kind heart if you had to keep Lord Van Zeeks in line, could you? Okay, I think it's just that and then the desk and the clock. Just sitting behind the desk must make you feel so important, don't you think? Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruhodo? And such a grand desk. Who, me? No, I don't think so. Oh? Well, imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing the toilet. You'd have so far to go. How? True. Perhaps the important people who work in ostentatious offices like this haven't considered such things. I'm going to take that as a compliment. That's hilarious. As ever, the enormous clock is diligently maintaining its rhythmical tick-tock today. Watching machinery at work can be quite mesmerizing, can't it? Ironically, you can completely forget the time. What I particularly enjoy is watching the enormous wheels of a steam locomotive turning. When I was a little girl, Grandmother often used to take me to watch the railway engines, you know? It's an open fire for me. I could sit and watch the flames for hours. That's me too. Mr. Naruhodo, we could install one in the office. An enormous wheel, turned by an enormous steam engine. Perhaps we could start with a simple fireplace. I love watching fire. There's just something so pretty about it. Okay, we're gonna go run the ad break now, so 3 minutes. And then we will continue with this game, so I will see you then. I don't have anything I need to do. I don't need to use the bathroom, so I will... Maybe we'll look through our court record. Nothing new. Oh, you know what? When we examine something, I wonder if it'll have any dialogue with Susato. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. Or maybe she doesn't say anything. The Reaper attacked. It's the kingpins of the criminal underworld generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. And this isn't the first time their henchmen have tried to attack Lord Van Zeeks as a result by the sound of it. It makes you think, that's how the justice system works in London. Then there must be dark forces at work. Maybe she doesn't actually say anything. Oh, I guess she doesn't. Because we have seen what happens when there's nobody around. Ryunosuke just talks to himself and the dialogue makes sense. So maybe that's just what happens. She doesn't say anything. Looks like layers of thick canvas with thick rubber lining of sorts. Okay. Okay, yeah, I don't think there's any dialogue with her in these things. Not unless we found it afterwards. That's interesting. Funny how they thought of that, though. Alright. So we can't go- oh, new location. We can't go to the prosecutor's office because Van Zeeks is off giving some sort of speech or something? I don't remember. We can go visit Professor Harebrayne. There's the stage where we can look at the remains of the machine. There's Madame Two Spells that I'm very interested about. We never did figure out what happened with her missing wax figure. I feel like it's tied into this for some reason. You don't think they used the wax figure to... no, that doesn't make sense. Okay, what about... okay, so then we have the forensics laboratory. I think that's the place I'm most interested in right now, and that's probably where we should go. But, I'm gonna visit everywhere else as well. I'm gonna go to the prison, and I'm gonna assume that Alex is not there. Oh, never mind, he is. Jesus Christ. Who gave him that piece of chalk? I don't even want to know what this is all for. Oh, dear. I don't know. He's probably recalculating the math for the ray. Welcome back from the ads. I decided to go to the prison, fully expecting him not to be here. I thought he would be away for questioning or something, but no, he's here doing math. What's he doing? He's... oh my. The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor. Sorry to interrupt. He's making the TikTok algorithm. That's so funny. Could you imagine? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. Who is this young lady? My name is Susada Mikatoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no. No. The whole thing. The whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Harebrayne. What have you been working on in your cell? Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see. I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
No, actually. This is my autobiography.
This is his life and it's just a bunch of math equations?
Your autobiography? How was I diddled and fiddled by Albert Harebrayne? I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month, Part 1, An Odd Birth, An Odd Upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case?
Oh yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asmin and by that aloof engineer, Drebber.
We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? God, I hope not. I'll fall asleep if we do.
Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asmin, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning,
I realized something.
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you are aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. Blame still lies with me.
Oh, Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know. Barrick did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No, Barrick wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he?
I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution of my trial, I mean.
Oh?
After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers either.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there.
So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barrick, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barrick insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. Think about this moot. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea?
Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes.
When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so emphatic.
But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set of decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception.
All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that only to be taken for a complete fool, it's too rotten to believe.
It is, I agree. That's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asmund is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Is he an engineer? Or a magician? Or a swindler?
It was about a year ago when Mr. Asmund first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine.
But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist.
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see. Well, the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him back to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts?
I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine. Nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop.
What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine.
Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then?
Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see?
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there.
Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry.
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
He blindfolded you. He wasn't taking any chances then.
The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. Special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forge their secret formulae and use that instead.
What do you think, Miss Susato? Hold a machine for your next birthday. I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. Oh my goodness. Hello, Piavo, how are you doing? You don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example. He needed cake? I don't know, I think he just needs help. The man was clearly very cautious, Miss
Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look.
What? Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Doing okay, getting ready for sleep, finally getting my tooth stuff done tomorrow. Oh, good luck with that. I don't remember. Was it wisdom tooth stuff or just like other tooth stuff? Alright, I guess we can. I don't think there's any. No, we can't examine. Okay, we gotta go. You're gonna see Gina. Both bottom wisdom teeth. Good luck. Well, as long as they're not impacted, it should be fine. A puppy! I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Narahodo.
There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long.
Oh, no, that's him. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual.
Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met.
What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning.
Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side.
Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. I don't know, I'll be unconscious. Well, that's good. When I had mine taken out, I opted for the sleepy pills, but then I was too anxious, and so I ended up not sleeping. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more.
Right. Well, that's the young trainee's domain.
Oi! Get over here, Gina. That animation's so cute. She seems to be busy playing with the puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina! She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it?
She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detention bug, if you ask me. Oh, she's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely.
What do you mean?
I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Oh no, really? Damn. That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along.
Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is.
To France?
I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley.
But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her?
I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. That's interesting. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not.
I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound. Till all this is over, at the least.
Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again?
So you heard that, did ya? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here.
Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now.
I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So I'm Gina. You've got a new dog, have you? He's so cute! Oh my god, its name is Toby! I love it. Another Sherlock Holmes reference. Although this Toby is clearly not a bloodhound, so that's interesting. What is it? I don't even know. Some sort of Labrador, maybe?
Isn't he great? And Toby's his name.
Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Gina's so cute. Oh my god, I can't ask her about the dog. Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina?
Oi! Don't be so flamin' rude, Odo.
Slight overreaction, don't you think?
He ain't no mutt, alright. Toby's... how do they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective.
Sorry?
I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, that's so cute. I just noticed they're matching. Ooh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now. I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. And they're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Weird flex, but okay. But yeah, I just noticed they're matching. They both got the plaid going on. It's so cute. Toby is adorable and I love him.
That's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo.
Oh, really?
According to what the boss said, once Toby here's got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world.
Oh man, I missed the little Toby bark. Toby did a little bork and I missed it. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. There we go! I was waiting for him to bark.
I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in future.
Yes, I agree.
Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way round.
Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much.
Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby here is Britain's first police dog. I found him down in the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street.
There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
I love Toby. I would die for Toby.
It was great, weren't I? I had a right laugh. It was a new one to me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying it, I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all of your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Odo's made things odd for me every single time and all.
Just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix.
The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though.
It's the boss I feel sorry for, sent off to do the impossible.
What do you mean?
He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, that dodgy engineer, what's his name again?
Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber.
That's the one, yeah.
So the police are looking for this mysterious man with a black monocle. I guess they would be.
It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him gut ache.
Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck.
Huh. He's really funny looking. Got two eyes but don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry? Who?
You know, that scowling reaper what's always glugging down glasses or that blood red plonk.
Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
He's always at it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes.
She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. Way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally bad off with both.
I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
Glad we put that one to bed.
Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck.
There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene, actually.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here.
Ah, yes. Toby.
Ah, he's so cute!
I don't know if I accidentally talked over that woof. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind.
Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze.
Oh.
It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it?
The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something...
The Forensic Investigation Team. Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one, yeah.
But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted?
I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. You're still supposed to get permission for some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something.
I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps.
That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart.
Eh? You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling.
Tragic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we don't touch anything.
Oh yeah?
Honestly?
Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, you'll be the boss who gets it and never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board? Oh god. So you're still saying all this is above board, are you?
I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic.
Alright then, them's the stairs, off you go.
Oh, thank you, Gina.
Alright. I don't know if Susato will have anything to say about this yet.
Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned.
Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident.
Poor Professor Harebrayne. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch. I'm a bad person. I can't wait to go to the Wax Museum with Susato.
The Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes.
You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Miss Susato?
Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck.
But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower.
I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly.
Alright, time to go up. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out.
Oh my, so this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrayne went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You'd never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh look, is that...
Oh my god!
Lord Van Zieks?
So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think.
But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. I guess I'll eventually have to look at him.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
And what they call the bird cage was right in the middle of it all, just here.
But look, Mr. Naruhodo, the metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open.
Oh, maybe it opened up and he like fell through. It does, doesn't it?
If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Oh, isn't it exhilarating? All this different architecture from all corners of the world.
Does make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention personally.
It is very subjective, isn't it?
Japanese buildings, with their wood and paper construction, have excellent ventilation. I've realized that British buildings being made from brick and stone are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel.
Oh yes, I do agree with you there.
But I can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions.
You really ought to let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo.
That was very random, but alright.
I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples.
I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror personally, but then I'm not a Londoner.
Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo?
It's not that I'm scared, not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer.
Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Sholmes to accompany me on it in that case.
When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try.
Oh dear, it is complicated for you, isn't it?
What rhymes with kite? I don't know, bite? This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? And if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
Oh, it's some mite. That's right, the bird cage. According to what Professor Harebrayne said in court, it's made of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work.
But sadly, not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Alright, I think oh well, no, we can look up, can't we? Yes.
Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing?
That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
It makes you think, doesn't it? If only I had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you?
Oh no, I would never say something like that.
And it's just left at that? Okay. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Tamari handballs floating in the sky.
You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here.
Sorry, the feelings of wanting to ride in one and wanting never to set foot in one are fighting it out inside me.
But if you don't look where you're walking, you might fall from the stage.
I don't think I'd notice. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging.
I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruhodo. It really would be much safer that way.
Okay, time to talk to Barrick. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world. Winner 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you.
I haven't saved in a while. I'm gonna save. Was that the autosave? Okay. Lord Van Zeeks. What? Well... Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it?
I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs.
Oh, I read them.
So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited.
Well, the thing is...
Lord Chief Justice Stronghart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business then.
Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this.
Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try.
Oh my god, your older brother. We're just going straight for it. So, Clint. Was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks.
You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
The professor, you mean? Is this something funny?
That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry? There's more to it then.
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next?
So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I featured one of the displays there for public scorn.
Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork? Which? Wait, you mean?
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I was unaware of that.
He's turned as white as a sheet. Are the police trying to locate the engineer Mr. Drebber already?
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier.
Which, according to Professor Harebrayne, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So, I was wondering. I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but...
We'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago.
Oh, wow. Oh no, was the head pat redeem not working?
It should, though.
Oh, it's because you added an S, that's why. I'm trying to figure out if I've seen this guy before. I don't think so.
There it already appears. He already had that black monocle at the time. What?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph?
What is it about Lord Van Zeeks? Something I just can't work him out at all. Oh, sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Okay, interesting. You have to be Kazuma, I swear to fucking God. If you're not, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
The file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you.
Is she gonna know? Is she gonna feel it? Are you alright?
Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zeeks' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. Ah! I'm screaming! Is Batman? No, it has to be Kazuma.
Lord Van Zeeks. May we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why?
Kazuma-sama.
Kazuma?
I don't believe it.
Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late.
What's going on here?
No, that's Robin Van Zeeks' Batman. It's so funny because it checks out.
What is your interest in my apprentice recently? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well,
Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now. with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
But he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
Oh my god!
He has amnesia.
Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side.
What?
He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us.
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama.
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office.
I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
I know. I'm going to need to speak to him about that.
You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affairs problems.
Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Usato.
Of course.
I don't think there's anything new to just talk to. Oh, we can ask her. What's this? Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Oh no, she's gonna say no.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here.
Ah, yes. Toby.
Ah, he's so cute.
I can't, he's so adorable. Apparently, we can't look around on the stage now because the forensic investigation team are at work. Can't you do anything, Gina, in your capacity as Inspector Lestrade?
Look, I'd like to help you out. But I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do.
When it suits you, yes. Alright, next is Madame Two Spells, which we'll get to talk to Sholmes. So the guard's not there anymore.
Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere.
That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Is he really not here? I swear he should be on that stage. No, he's not here. Interesting. Have I ever looked at... I think I've looked at this, have I?
What a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in the grisly act.
I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer.
I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely.
And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub in the back has no particular significance?
What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show. that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares.
Really? My best guess was that the killer liked to bathe in blood. Gotta go, but I give you goodbye head pat. Oh, thank you, Cammy. Have a good night. Have a good sleep.
Aha! We have a new theory.
Also, a heads up, we've got ads in 4 minutes. But yeah, I completely thought this was like a killer who liked to kill people and bathe in their blood. Ah, yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you?
The sign says it's the Madame Tuspel special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside.
I know, can you believe that? Pay more money, as if we haven't been scared enough already.
It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo.
That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though.
I'd understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet... You do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you?
I do love how they're aware.
This one's posture reveals his weakness.
Sorry?
The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash.
Right.
And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, Susato slam should finish him.
Susato slam?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate.
Absolutely not. Another stepladder joke?
There's a stepladder there, look.
Oh, yes, a stepladder.
I think perhaps we should let the proprietors know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong?
Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? Yay! I got achievement for going through all the stepladder dialogue. That was the last one I needed, I guess. Still find it funny how that's a gag. Alright, there's nothing here. We are gonna go to the forensics laboratory. Whoa! It is super freaking cool in here. Holy shit. I believe this is it. Dr. Sith's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Susato. You could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. What do we want to look at?
That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ugh, I was afraid you're going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead.
There's so many things to look at in here. Is that a spine? Okay, we have to run the ad break now. Oh my goodness, there's just so much to look at. I feel like a kid at a candy store. Okay, 3 minutes of ads and then we will continue snooping around here. So I will see those of you with ads in 3 minutes. Running through my mental checklist and I do not need to use the bathroom. I don't want to look at anything in the court record. We have the bird cage to examine. But I'm assuming Susato's gonna have something to say, so I don't want to. There is a suspicious stain on the back of this card, and I don't know if that's important. It must be. E. Drebber. I don't know what the plus and minus sign is for. Is that because he's an engineer? Is it supposed to look like a battery of some sort? Maybe? So we've got that to look at. We've got the bird cage. I don't know if there's anything wrong with it. The bottom part here is broken. But otherwise, everything looks fine. So funny, though. The bird cage. And then we have this photograph. He's an interesting character. Oh, he has a plus on him. Maybe his other collar has a minus. I have no idea what he's going to be like. I can only imagine. So I'm very curious about meeting him. Who do we have in our people section? So he has amnesia, right? That has to be Kazuma. There's like no doubt about it at this point. So that's Kazuma. Pretty sure. So he had amnesia. But the thing is, why would Sholmes lie to us? That's what's got me thinking. Why did he lie to us? And like, how... I guess the investigation didn't take more than a day, right? I think everything took place in about the span of a day. So that also means that Kazuma was like unconscious for a whole day. Well, no, his body was moved at some point, so a few hours, I guess. He was like knocked out. But yeah, as for that must mean that Strongheart knows who he is. But why would Strongheart ask Barrick to take in Kazuma as his apprentice? Because Kazuma was meant to be a defense attorney, but now he's going to become a prosecutor. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that Ryunosuke's here, and oh my god, look at him, Enoch Trevor. He looks very gaunt. Do you think he's related at all to that Sith lady? I mean, the only resemblance they have is that they both have white hair, so I'm not sure. Oh my god, little what was his name? Bohemian Boy? I don't even remember his name. Was it not Gustav? I think Gustav was part of it. I kind of hope I see Bohemian Boy again. He was a riot. He was great. I still can't do like a German accent, but he was fun. Oh, there we go. She's very pretty. Is Geralt? Oh my god, no. Maybe like a bootleg version of Geralt. Alright, we are back from the ads. Oh, there's just so much to look at. Maybe this is all herbs or something. She's got Yorick in a jar. All these tools. She's got a bone saw. Is that a chair with wheels, or am I hallucinating? I can't tell if those are supposed to be wheels. Do wheels exist back then? Like wheels on chairs? When was the first wheelchair created? Asking the real questions here today. Oh, I can't look at that. I'm really impressed, though, by whoever drew this background. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tomb that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anyone concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Tomb? Tomb. I think it's supposed to be tome, but I don't know. I just read it as tomb for some reason. These large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home.
Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition.
Miss Usato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever.
Oh!
So, as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they?
Of course.
Ryunosuke inhaling the copium. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
Ugh, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there.
Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in his room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes.
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Accidentally put a little bit of poison on your eggs instead of salt and pepper. Extra spicy.
I suppose this is Dr. Sith's desk.
Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this.
It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work.
The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves.
Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose.
I can just about cope with the one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they?
Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo?
Miss Usato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope.
I'll be sure to remember that from now on.
Is there anything else I can look at? Am I just supposed to go somewhere else? Or am I supposed to examine something in my inventory? Okay, well, there was stuff I wanted to look at in the court record. This suspicious stain. This dark smudge here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Harebrayne mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high-quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain.
Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me for a moment.
She's just sniffing it.
Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's a tiny amount on here. Okay, there's a smear of oil. There's this broken chunk of the birdcage.
Ah, look here, Miss Usato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height.
Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down to the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Leaving the man inside tragically dead. I don't think there's anything else for me to examine. No. Okay, where am I supposed to go? I either have to go somewhere or I have to show someone something. Does he have anything to say about that? No. That's generic dialogue. Oh, what if we show him a photograph? He just doesn't want to look at anything. That's fine then. I just gotta go somewhere else. Maybe Shomes is back? No.
Mwah.
Thank you.
There's nothing I have to say to Gina or show her. No. Maybe I'm supposed to show the people thing to actually, Albert. Oh, I actually can't show people. Never mind. What is going on? I'm genuinely lost. Better not try going up those stairs to the stage area now. If we were to bump into the forensic investigation team, it sounds like it could make trouble. Okay. Oh, I guess we haven't done this dialogue with Susato.
What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that.
Yes, unfortunately the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis.
But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise.
Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time birdcages will rain down on all of you.
Your faith is much stronger than I realized.
Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone.
Oh look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before.
I can't understand how they can fly. It's so high up as well.
Who would think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo?
I think she said something about seeing for miles.
You must be able to see for miles and miles.
I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out.
I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world.
Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded.
I'm sure there are other ways to fly.
I'm gonna go take a quick peek at the walkthrough. Because I cannot for the life of me figure out investigation. What I'm supposed to do. Oh, okay. There was a thing I missed in the forensic laboratory that I was supposed to look at. Yeah, I was supposed to look at this book. Look at this big, thick book here.
It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh?
What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too. It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? What are you doing? Nah. She's so hot. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. And so we came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asmon, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion. And Mr. Asmon, who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, you can only speculate about how it was carried out.
I just realized something, and I put together a hypothesis in my head, and I'm pretty sure it's true. But I won't say what it is because I don't want to spoil anything, but I think my hunch is right. I'm a little upset I spoiled myself this early.
Let's see. Two people who looked very similar to each other were involved. They could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they?
Oh! Hello, Metal Ghost. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Oh, you were playing Ghostbusters again. How was it? Did you bust a lot of ghosts? We are still in the middle of that Harebrayne case. We're investigating right now. And I think this is our first time interacting with the forensics department. She is very pretty. Who is it? Her. She's the, is she the chief coroner? I don't know, but she's like, yeah. Very pretty. Fun and very much, that's good to hear.
Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident.
Ah, fingerprints.
They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place.
But we're pretty much hearing about what the autopsy found out. I guess not specifically the autopsy, like what the forensics team found. So what they're trying to say right now is that the person in the machine and the person who appeared in the tower is the same person. But that would also imply that the teleportation was a success, which we've been told by Shomes is literally impossible. But yeah, lots of things you might have missed if you were here last time, but Oh, I forgot to mention, yeah, Susato's back, which is great. She literally came, I think, yesterday or this morning. Right before the trial ended, she appeared. And we're quite positive that this is Kazuma. Because what Susato told us, what she found out was that because Kazuma died on that steamship, his body was supposed to be collected on like a dock in Hong Kong. But they never found his body. His body literally disappeared. And then we learned from Barrick that his apprentice is just some guy Lord Strongheart told him to take in, and that he has amnesia. So we're pretty sure this is Kazuma. I don't know if I feel like it's not going to reveal it this case. Probably not until the end, but yeah. Very strong feeling that this is Kazuma, because even Susato thinks that this is Kazuma. But then that also means that Sholmes lied to us, because Susato said he examined Kazuma's body and declared him dead. So there's that. And this is the engineer who made the machine. Everyone's looking for him right now. I have a theory about him, but we'll see.
So, where does that leave us?
Oh yeah, 3-stream streak. I like how they make it easier to tell with the streaks now. Because I know that was one of the ways people could earn channel points was with stream streaks, but like when I was watching I would never know my progress on a streak. His music is one of my favorites. Do you mean Kazuma? Or Barrick?
My team had tasks. My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery.
Had a 15, but I don't see it on the UI anymore. Oh, that's strange. The guy, I remember not his name. Do you mean Kazuma? Who was supposed to be this guy? Our mentor? Or do you mean Barrick? I think it was this guy's music you liked. So right now, oh Jesus Christ! Ah! Oh wait, that's not her. Oh, that's her daughter. Oh shit. God, that scared me. That took me off guard. Barrick is also A+. Is that who you were talking about though?
Mama, what is this?
Ah! What? Where did she spring from? And did you just call the doctor Mama?
This is a lawyer, dear.
Hello. To meet you. Please, to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke no...
Mama,
Yes.
can I cut this one up?
What?
I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see.
Boring.
I don't know whether to be concerned or flattered. I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse.
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. I can just picture him running out of there. It's hilarious. Cut my life into pieces, this is my last resort. I don't think I know that song. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor?
keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office.
Oh, there's such impertinent Easterners around. How terrible.
Yes, you.
She doesn't mince her words, Miss Usato.
I think perhaps it's time we left.
That should mean that Sholmes should be at the museum. No? I thought he would be here. Huh, okay. Where to then? Prison? I don't know what they want from me. I don't know what this game wants from me. Okay, I'm lost. Why is it? Can I look at the... No, Madam Two Spells. Okay, either I'm missing something. No, I think he's supposed to be at the museum. Sholmes is supposed to be at the museum, supposedly. Maybe he just wasn't in the section I was looking at. He does tend to move around a bit. Is he on the left side? No. What am I missing? Okay, clearly I'm missing something because he's supposed to be here. I did things a bit out of order. Okay, maybe something here. Can I go back up then? No. I'm so very lost and confused. Because according to the walkthrough, Sholmes is supposed to be there. I don't know what I'm missing then. Okay. I am not missing anything, and I don't know why this game is not working, and I'm very confused. Yeah, I'm not missing anything. Sholmes is supposed to be there. Huh. I might have to go through and comb through every scene. Because I've looked at everything. I think this is the first time I've ever been so stumped by this game because there's literally nothing for me to do. Talk to him about everything. Talk to Gina about everything. There's nothing I can do in this place. Maybe if I go and I ask Susato what to do.
Do you know? I honestly thought I may never have the opportunity to return to Great Britain. And certainly not so soon.
It's funny, for the past 6 months I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court of Judicature back in Japan.
Please, Mr. Naruhodo, I may have been dressed as a man, but it was a very reserved performance.
So what your father said in his letter about a Ryutaro takedown is reserved.
Well, anyway, I'm back here in this great capital now, and ready to assist you again in any way I can.
Thank you, Miss Susato.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, but that doesn't tell me what to do. Alright. I'm in so much pain. I literally don't know what I'm doing wrong, guys. I literally don't know. I'm looking through the walkthrough and I did everything the walkthrough has said to do. So I can't fathom what I'm missing. Maybe I'm missing something. Let me read over this one more time. We've talked to Barrack. We've gotten this stuff from him. Can't go back. Oh, okay, yeah, then never mind. There was one thing I missed. Okay, there was one thing I missed. I keep forgetting. We have a dog. So what I am supposed to do is I am supposed to give Toby the business card with the oil on the back of it so that he can sniff it out. I can't wait to see the good boy in action.
Good onion is a heavy onion.
About this, Gina.
Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble.
Ah, actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important.
How come? There's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all.
It turns out that this is a very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently.
You don't say. Let's have a whiff then.
I like how everybody's smelling this. It's so funny.
You sure? I don't smell nothing.
No, we didn't mean that you should smell it.
Oh, right. You mean Toby.
He's so cute! His sense of smell is so good, he can track people over the oceans, can't he?
Professor Harebrayne informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
Oh my god, literally the sniffer. He's so cute. I can't handle his cuteness. I think he's picked up a scent. Oh, it was the Enoch Drebber theme you liked. I haven't heard his theme yet, so we'll see.
So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby can lead us to that dodgy cove's workshop?
That's right, that's exactly what we were hoping.
All right then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that.
What? Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket.
If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week.
Toby is so cute. I would... If anything happened to him, I would kill everybody in the world and then myself, or however that meme goes.
Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson.
Right then, Odo, leave it to me.
Sorry?
We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Oh, right. Oh, well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets in the neck. It'll be the boss.
Poor Gregson again.
Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later.
He's so cute.
I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop.
Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France.
Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Trevor. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture.
Okay, so now we can talk to him. Dear Lord, that one little sentence I didn't read. Alright, where is it? Madame Tuspel's. Tuspel's.
Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course.
Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she?
Nah!
What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it?
Oh, sorry. I think you'll find. That's the temporary waxwork himself.
The friend of my dedicated employee.
Oh, yes. Hello again. It's Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. It's a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean?
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough.
So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes.
His habitual duties. Alors, do not disturb, huh?
Poor Susato-san. She looks very perplexed.
We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he?
He's just messing with us at this point. This is so funny. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh. What do you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I, world-famous great detective in waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes.
Susato-san! Susato-san! She fainted?
My most humble apologies.
I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London.
My dear madame, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point.
As long as it's not of a questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand. Though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved.
We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume.
Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I do confess I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter.
He's a hungry boy. I think I talked over it so you guys didn't hear it, but there was a loud belly Whale groan.
That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly?
I thought it was you.
No! I had dinner, for your information. That will be me in about 2 hours, though.
The one thing I am sad about with the noise ducking is, and this game especially, is that sometimes I'll say something and then like half a second later there's like a sound effect that happens that gets completely covered up because I'm talking.
Ah, well, do you remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh yes, it's the most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned.
That's amazing.
Just between you and I. It would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps. The ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspel's at any cost. A hungry young Iris awaits my return at Baker Street after all.
Poor Iris.
Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork?
Let's show him this picture. Mr. Sholmes, about this.
As you will see, I'm rather busy at the moment. If it's advice you seek, come to my office tomorrow, and I shall be happy to help you. Shall we say, threepence per item as consultation fee?
That's 2 hours of gas, that is. What am I supposed to show him? This birdcage? Oh, I'm just supposed to talk to him, I think. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down.
Oh?
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Trepper. He's the swindler who duped Professor Harebrayne and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite a modern man.
He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. We have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas?
I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance at least, I may be in a better position to help.
Yes, Trepper's appearance.
Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it.
Oh, Kazuma's death. I don't think he's gonna say anything to us. Like, I don't think he'll admit it. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us?
My dear Miss Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what event led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed, and wherein lies the problem?
We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi.
You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere at the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all! Priceless! I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo?
I could believe that the crewmen present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes.
I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that.
Please, Mr. Sholmes.
Tomorrow, in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say.
Ah! Anyways, we have a picture of the man. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. Enoch Trevor, the face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive.
Yes, because all Englishmen look like that. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes?
Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden.
I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me?
Oh, well, what is it?
As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains.
Oh yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it?
Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings, and that's a special one-time only price, you understand.
What?
The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone.
The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it.
Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes?
Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness.
I can never tell with you, that's the point.
Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure.
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit.
Through those heavy curtains at last. Okay. I have a suspicion of what we're gonna find there. 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. Huh, we can ask Gina to retrieve it for us using her special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great?
Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think.
Oh!
Oh dear. I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here.
Miss Susato. I say we turn on our heels and go straight home. The really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already.
True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great dueling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved.
Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes has heavily implied that there would be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? I thought it would be a gotcha moment, but no, the head's missing. Okay.
This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor.
Yes, I think so, according to what Madame Tuspel said. He killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood.
The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place.
I know. Looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it a little more in detail. You know, I think the next emote I want to make is like... I don't know what to call it, but those blanket ones. I've seen those like blanket ones. I think that would be a good one to go draw next. Okay, so the head is missing. Sometimes when I have theories, I want to say them out loud, but like, comfy, yeah, that's what I want to make next for my emote. But I think because as a writer, sometimes things connect more easily for me, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes I'm very stupid. But I think I'm on the right track for what I'm thinking is going to happen. And like, I don't know, is it spoiling if I say that? If I like voice what I think is going to happen? I'm gonna keep quiet. Because I'd much rather not ruin it for somebody else. I think the only thing we can examine is the head. Is my stream? That's true. But you know, what if I don't want to bestow enlightenment onto other people who are unaware, you know? But what if I want to gatekeep the knowledge to myself?
So this is the condemned man.
Yes. The so-called professor.
Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Susato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Okay, fine. If somebody doesn't want to hear my idea of what is going on, they can... they can mute the stream for a little bit, and I hope you can see. But if I move on from this dialogue box, that means I'm done talking about it. It's very quick, my idea. I'm gonna wait like maybe 10 seconds. But I'm pretty sure I I think most people have already guessed who the killer is, right? So my theory... Oh my god. So my theory is that Enoch Drebber is the professor. Right? Because they said that one of the characteristics about the professor is that he has like 2 different colored eyes or something like that. And Enoch Drebber has a monocle. But you know what's so weird about his monocle? His monocle is like dark. It's not clear and see-through, it is dark. It's a tinted lens. And why else would he have that other than to cover up his one eye, you know? And I think that's going to be very interesting to see Enoch Drebber in the courtroom in the stand, and when it's revealed what Barrick is going to do, because that's the guy that killed his brother. Can you make it so your head takes up 50% of the screen before exploding? I'm done talking about my theory, so I'm gonna move this on. We go to options. Well, I could. It would take up a lot of redeems though. Or I could probably change how much it, God, where is it under this one? Or I could probably change how big it makes my head. That's the reset. I mean, I could do it. I could make my head huge. I could make it so big. Let's see. I would have to figure it out a bit off stream, but I could do it. I think it would be funny though to have like a massive head. Okay.
And then perhaps Mr. Shumps absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief.
Couldn't there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Change the explosion to a nuke? Maybe. Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece, too.
It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than a normal window glazing, I'd say.
Maybe it's from the Crystal Tower. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder?
I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength.
But why?
Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example.
Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too.
You don't mean?
Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition.
Then why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket?
It makes you think, doesn't it? Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in the waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Let me zoom out. There we go. Who is this person?
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
And he has a large shovel in his hand too, look.
Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Are we gonna go into a debate about whether it's a shovel or spade? I cannot zoom out. I was hoping to see the face. Oh, he's got something on his eye. Wait! Am I wrong? No, wait. Also, we have an ad break in 5 minutes. This is severely tossing my theory down the toilet. I'm kind of upset, I'm not gonna lie. I did not mean to zoom out. Okay, we'll look at his camera. What's this here?
Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera.
No small brain redeems? I mean, I probably could make that a thing. Do you want to make that a thing, small brain? My head just increasingly shrinks until it disappears. A camera, but it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? The thing about a small brain redeem is that, like, I can't think of anything fun. Because, like, with the big brain one, the head explodes. But when you have the small one, I don't know. With a very tiny pop sound, okay, yeah, I can do that. And then just poof.
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with the camera?
I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film.
We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think.
Oh, okay, interesting.
By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
What's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
You should see yourself, Susada-san. Your eyes are shiny. You really do like machinery, don't you? She's so cute. Okay, this big-ass lantern. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese... Oh my god, is it... The CH's always mess me up. Is it Chokin or Chochin? I don't know. Paper lantern, actually, is it?
Lamp, lantern. The point is, it casts very little light to be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it.
I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. I think I would freak out if I ever had to go to a graveyard in the middle of the night. Yeah, what else can I look at? Can I look at the shovel?
Well, a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with the shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night?
Miss Usato?
Yes?
That's a spade, isn't it?
No, it's a shovel.
No. Shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel.
No. Although, we haven't considered trowels.
We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement.
So we're going to bury the hatchet. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. I wouldn't worry, they're pretty dead at night. The corpses? I would hope so. Can I look at his face? I can't look at his... I don't know why I can't, like... Is there, like, a button I'm missing to, like, go up or something? I don't know. But I can examine his face or his tie or whatever this is. I can't see his face very well. Can you? Perhaps if I just...
Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. literally looks like Enoch Drebber, and like all my stuff went down the toilet. Okay, we have to go run the ads now. It is time for the ad break. So 3 minutes for those of you who have ads, and then we will continue this. Let me go into the options, just in case my dumbass accidentally skips text again. And I'm gonna go on a quick bathroom break. So, see you guys in 3 minutes. I might get some snacks. I don't know. I haven't been feeling hungry yet. We'll see. Slap the bag on my head, and I will be back. It's very rude to remove somebody from their stream and bald them while they're gone. I don't think you can see because of that. Oh my god, bald Santa me? I think that would be cursed. I went and got cinnamon buns because I wanted something sweet. Because they kept talking about a confectionery. Oh my god. That looked great. Alright, continuing with the game. I had someone... I don't know, no. I don't know anymore now. I don't know. Ah!
What on earth? How can...
I don't believe it. A black monocle.
Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that the man is...
Yes. It's Enoch Drebber. There's no small brain reward. Or redeem. The color of his hair is different, but... Oh, that was Susato. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him.
Indeed, it is.
I'm assuming that's Sholmes, yeah. Mr. Sholmes!
This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe.
Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head?
The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it.
What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it?
Should I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations.
Do you know, though, something about this room is strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't never really have happened, could it?
I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. 10 years, wow. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies.
Oh, shit! Never mind. That's what the collar is for. Dang.
Oh gosh, an enormous hound. How awful.
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted.
Close court? So you mean that the professor's identity?
As you surmise, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh.
The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life.
Came back to life?
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged onto the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts the very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events.
There was a witness. Hold on, I gotta fix something. There we go.
But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat.
Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber.
10 years ago. A convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of the night. Sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
It's so horrifying.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident.
Is that why his hair is all white now?
And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight.
Okay. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white.
For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
He's probably digging up corpses to examine. Yes. What was he up to?
The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into a complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded.
Good night, thanks for the stream. Thank you for coming, Metal Ghost. Thank you for the raid again. I hope you have a good sleep.
After all, no killer had ever been systematically employed. I read that wrong. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder.
Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. Dang. That must be one very well-trained dog. Because you have to think about it, he trained this dog to go and rip out people's throats.
But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too to talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact.
What do you mean by no resurrection?
Police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No. But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society, and nothing had been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think?
Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and that really did happen overnight as a result of shock. It's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie.
Ah!
Oh, that's Gina.
What the bleeding Nora, Odo? What have you gotten done?
Gina, what are you doing here?
I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina, not so loud in the museum.
Madame Tuspel's will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful.
I think there might be a more pressing concern.
I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... All right, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun.
Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy Cobbs' workshop. Ah, Toby! What? You found Trevor's workshop? Yep. Toby's nose took me straight there. Boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right, then. See you there. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place, in the exhibit over there.
Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself.
Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming.
Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more.
Forget that. I'll pay for everything.
Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once.
Zoom when he's gone. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then.
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Miss Susato. Right, let's go. That's such a mood, though, when you hear that you don't have to pay. And that looks like...
Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
I can't believe I can just say that without thinking.
Indeed, it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally.
Ah, so you got here then?
Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time, you've really worked miracles.
He's so cute! It's Toby here, who's the miracle worker.
Oh man, I keep like mispredicting when Toby's gonna bark. Is he okay? Is he allergic to dogs or something?
Ah, I thought you lot would show up before long.
Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. Looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips.
So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate.
According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I?
Thank you.
Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types.
Right.
So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon. They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than inconspicuous an inconspicuous waxwork model.
Right then. Let's see what we can find in here. No Toby? No Toby.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. And there would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government.
Well, those two don't seem to be holding back.
It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices or of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella.
British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
I think that's just these two, Miss Susato.
This appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say?
It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. Excuse me? I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away.
It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor.
Ah,
Would you like a massage?
no, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Trevor than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Would you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course.
Ah, you're just making fun of me now. He's not going to let that go, is he?
It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
That was hilarious. What on earth is this?
An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it'll allow humans to fly freely in the skies.
Is that how the trick will be described, is it?
Sorry?
Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it?
Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky.
Well, suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported.
So to you, the solution is even taller towers.
Could you imagine if that's how airplanes work, though? Is that a quiver? This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside.
Oh, do you suppose?
Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds.
Oh, shit. In other words...
Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam.
Interesting. this door doesn't want to open.
Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute.
Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you.
Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Damn.
Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side.
No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger.
Oh.
Is something wrong, Miss Usato?
Well, I thought I heard a noise
From the far side of that door.
Well, Gina, did you hear it too?
Toby is so cute.
Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby?
He's so cute.
Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard.
Oh my, someone is in there.
Ah, this rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. There, you may enter at will.
He literally opened it so quickly. You confused minutes with seconds, I think.
Time is of the essence, I feel. What are you waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond the door is the engineer you seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow.
Yes. Oh shit, it's a bomb! What? What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down?
Rats, there ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises.
Ew, that was the sound of Drebber running away.
But there's only one door in this room.
And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high.
Why is there shoe prints? What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling?
Lomi, what have we here then?
Is nobody looking at the big bomb in the middle?
Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints.
To what?
To that Professor Harebrayne's bombing machine, is it? Blimey, if we'd had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar.
A rope? What's significant about that?
Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Narahodo.
I've never been called stupid in a more roundabout way in my life.
We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrives too.
gonna look at that bomb last. First of all, these footprints.
There's no denying it, is there? They're footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there.
Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean.
I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo.
That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Okay, what else is in here?
Almost every piece of furniture is upside down.
Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't ever in this much of a mess.
You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo.
But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se. Inside, everything is literally upside down.
Why?
That's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose.
It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose.
I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important.
But Ryunosuke's totally right, you could rip out the floor with it. Okay, I think the only thing left— oh no, there's the bomb and then there's the little balloon up there. That's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon.
I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon, using gas.
Green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception of the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? Mr. Sholmes, have you found something?
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this?
Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large— ah! Miss Susato, what's the matter?
That's a— surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What? What did you say? A time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly?
Eh? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo.
I won't take that as a compliment.
Huh. You don't know nothing, do you, Odo?
You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina?
I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it is a very similar appearance.
Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it?
I see. So that's it.
Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter?
There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato.
Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming.
Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself.
Oh, but how could you?
And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine.
Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything.
It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade.
I love this face.
Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
You're too kind, my dear madame. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato.
Oh, yes, I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present. Oh, his logic and reasoning spectacular.
I can't wait for this to be horribly wrong.
It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the tables, and the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness.
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact.
But then why does it have a clock on it?
Most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. The commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion some time later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed.
Hello, Gold. How are you doing tonight? We are in the middle of one of Sholmes' great deductions and reasonings.
Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer's friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yet,
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
a question whose answer leads us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Mr. Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is.
Huh.
By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling, to make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way.
But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
Oh. Hello, Pippo. Thank you for the raid. Oh, did you have a good stream? I hope you guys had a good stream. Just chatting. Were you guys watching more Paternity Court? Is that what was going on? But yes, welcome on in. Feel free if you have to go leave. I appreciate you coming in. But yeah, feel free to go get a snack, go sleep, whatever it is you need to do. We are in the middle of a deduction by Sherlock Holmes, which we will have to inevitably correct at the end of it. Hello, Taniki. I don't think I read this line.
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun.
But yeah, this was a locked room, and supposedly there was somebody inside, and by the time we picked the lock, there was nobody in here anymore.
Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
Toby is cute as always. Nice to meet you. Don't like to raid and run, but I'm gonna get some rest. Hope to see you next time, though. No worries. Have a good sleep. Thank you for coming with the raid. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that bothers me.
I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life.
Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean.
I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis.
But your whole deduction hinges on it.
Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I was come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy.
Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mr. Sato lent me once. Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find. Do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled.
An argument is as circular as the coils of rope.
I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away.
If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular.
Right, I'm pretty sure that thing in the middle of the room is a bomb.
It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness.
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in the whole business.
To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. The man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. You must completely discount the idea at once.
Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Sato.
When you have eliminated... Oh my god, why can I not English? When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing.
All the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly.
Yes, it does immediately put you in mind of some strange quirk of gravity, I admit.
Huh, can it be that a mini whirlwind passed through here, do you think?
I'm not sure that's much more plausible than Mr. Sholmes' explanation.
Oh dear. Seeing the first thing that comes into your head isn't the way forward here, it seems.
Alright, what else have we got? There's an upright vase. Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure.
Look at that!
I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say?
To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, and something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Okay, it's definitely the vase. Ah, look, Miss Susato. When everything seems to be upside down in here, this safe is conspicuously the right way up. Have you noticed?
Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet.
Ah, that's a very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there.
I certainly didn't say that.
Alright, I don't think there's anything else to look at. No, okay, so it's gotta be this vase.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business.
On my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps.
No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me.
As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room was upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe there,
Oh god, I can't English.
and unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor.
And it's the exception that breaks the rule.
In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all.
My deepest sympathies for your loss.
Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this
Oh. Sorry, that came out of nowhere. That attacked me. Oh my goodness.
now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity machine, there remains but one other possibility.
You don't say.
Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here.
Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that?
Quite, and naturally there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of this. It's because of the anti-gravity device.
He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he?
I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong.
Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason.
I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though.
Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Okay. We've already established that gravity wasn't actually reversed in here, haven't we? In other words, this isn't an anti-gravity device at all.
Which makes me very curious to know what sort of device it is. But I think for now it's clear that we're looking for an answer elsewhere.
Okay, there's the heater. That's a coal-burning heater, I think, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but it's not just for heating, you know. You can grill on it, bake on it, bake in it, boil and steam things with it. It serves all sorts of purposes.
Oh my god, it's a stove. That seems like having your cake and eating it too. Not unlike a heated kotatsu table with a nabe hot pot, a mikan orange, a cat, and an elderly relative.
Oh, you mean it seems too much? I suppose perhaps it does. But you realize only some of those things on your list are edible, don't you?
Yes, you can definitely eat your elderly relative. Oh, never mind, there's a safe combination. Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair.
Oh yes, safe. 432582.
Safe, as in safe and secure.
Is in secure lockable box, I think.
Admittedly more likely.
Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes.
So you mean this number would let us open it?
I wonder why it's written here, though.
I don't think I can look at anything else now, okay? Oh, I didn't mean to do that, I meant to present. Okay, we're gonna have to skip this.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination.
Precisely. I believe Mr. Naruhodo that you had a very similar experience once, did you not?
Yes, last year. When I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case.
That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information.
Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think.
And what pray happened next, Mr. Naruhodo?
When the day of the draw came round, I had forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it.
That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down.
Not if you always note things in the same place.
I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room upside down.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario is clearly unfolded in this room.
Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one.
Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here. In a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe.
We still have to figure out how he got out.
Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his action is above our heads. Yeah.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up here on the ceiling?
A question whose answer? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam.
Okay, so it's not the skylight. I'm assuming it could be the balloon.
Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there?
Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve.
I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed.
It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place.
Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Okay, the balloon first. This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up.
A green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me?
You can see there are footprints on this balloon too. Look.
Oh yes, surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. There's a shoe up there, what the heck? It's hard to believe, but... There's a shoe up there, look!
Oh yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became launched, do you think?
If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though?
Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
It has to be the shoe. I can't think of any other explanation. Okay, we can look at the skylight, and I'm assuming we can look at the shoe prints. No, just the skylight. It looks like these are the only windows in the room. In other words, if you wanted to escape without using the door, these skylights would be the only way.
Yes, that's true, but even so.
I feel like he's still in this room. He never left. What if he hid himself in the safe? Oh my god, I bet you he's in the safe.
And right next to the only escape route, we notice some telltale footprints. Nevertheless, as we've said many times now, gravity can't explain how they got there.
But powerful springs in the soles of the man's shoes could.
Have you been having strange dreams as well, like Mr. Sholmes?
It's gotta be the shoe.
Take that!
The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. Oh, also we have an ad break in 5 minutes. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon.
But for what purpose?
Green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah! It was a piece of green balloon's envelope that
Oh, it was a piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene.
And inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception.
You mean to say?
If we assume the balloon here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Ah! Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became the prisoner of those lofty heights.
Oh dear. We desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination. What better tool than this rope?
Mr. Shomas has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope.
Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground.
Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well.
True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Crossbow, right?
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
It was found at the scene, in fact.
Ah, what's with the slipper? And in all likelihood, belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it with him again that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this.
Thank you.
I love cow purrs, they're so great. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? What the? A waxwork? Oh, that's the head of the killer thingy. Indeed it is, a waxwork head inside a metal mask. The mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means.
Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model. What does that mean? Oh goodness!
I see you've joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent. Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model. A case of the abducted Madame Two-Spell's model that you've largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Two-Spells will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor.
Yes. But why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Two-Spells, returning it sans tête earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrayne's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Okay, it is time for the ads. So, 3 minutes, and we will continue this game. Hopefully... Yeah, it's okay, we'll pause it here. But yes. Did you flip the emote around? Okay, I will run the ads now. So those of you with ads, I will see you in 3 minutes. Right now, I have a plate to put away in the sink. I feel like my tracking is really funky. Oh, that's why. Yeah, so my tracking wasn't working properly. There we go. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, I say I'm going to leave and you do all this. Okay, yeah, this feels much better. I do a thing a lot where I forget that my phone's orientation is locked, and so when I use it for tracking, it doesn't track properly because it thinks my phone is not in the proper orientation. Okay, I will be back. Okay, I'm back. I don't know how much longer it is until the trial. I don't know how much. Maybe like another hour. We'll see. But yes, I went and I am back with snacks. I got goldfish crackers. I'm gonna still like, what, another minute? I can't open this. I need scissors because I'm stupid. There we go. You know what I could go for right now? Just like regular cheese and crackers. That's what I'm missing. Alright. Let's save while we're at it. We're definitely not going to finish this case today. Because there's like, what? I feel like I'm near the end of the investigation. We're probably gonna get into a bit of the trial. But yeah, as far as finishing it goes, I highly doubt it. Oh, what's with the table flipping fire for? Also, welcome back from the ads. Alright. Sholmes was giving us his conclusion.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber?
As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylines. Obviously, the man must still be in here in the room.
What?
And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction.
Enoch Drebber's right here, somewhere in this room.
So, Mr. Narahodo, will you do the honors?
Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the...
I mean, he could easily be in the wardrobe. I'm pretty sure he's in the safe. Is it stupid that I want him to be in the safe?
Look at all that mess in front of the safe. yes, plans and accounting ledgers. Gotta make fire, it's freezing. Oh, okay, go make your fire. Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact. If you need to hide, there's no better place than a wardrobe. I stand firmly by that. Ah, yes, you had some experience of that yourself a year ago, didn't you? I'll find him in there, mark my words. I'll be curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. In fact, my own hand is trembling just thinking about making that discovery. Never mind, Mr. Naruhodo. He could be hiding somewhere else, you know.
I think those are our only two options. There's this cupboard. There's no way he's fitting in that cupboard. Personally, I still think he might have escaped via one of those skylights.
But you heard what Mr. Shom said. The man must still be here in the room. I'm afraid your opinion might put you at loggerheads with the great detective.
Miss Susato. Sometimes a man must stand up for what he believes in and fight.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll leave you to it. This looks to be a cupboard for cups and saucers and the like.
Ah, an ingenious hiding place.
Oh, is it?
Well, when you say cupboard, you automatically think of cups and saucers, don't you? And the clever engineer knows that, so he knows you'd never look for him in there, because he's not crockery.
Though sadly it does seem to be full of only crockery.
Alright, he's gotta be in that safe. There's no way.
Take that!
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at the point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. And thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. I'm assuming you can open it from the inside, because otherwise there'd be no reason for him to hide in it because he would die. I wonder if you would suffocate him there. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1432582. I knew that. Alright then, here goes. LMAO! You found me. I have no words. I have no words to express what that just made me feel. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. Correct. Oh my god, wait. Sorry, my brain is like, the cogs in my brain are whirring right now, trying to figure out how to do a little robotic British voice. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrayne with that bogus machine you built.
And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspel's as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions.
Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first.
Deactivate? Your parcel?
I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position.
Huh?
I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then.
No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already.
Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed?
Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist.
Phew. I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes.
What on earth happened in here?
You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems.
Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Trevor.
What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
Whistling?
That would have been me.
Oh.
For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today.
No words, just tightly squeezed chips.
Clearly, I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down.
We also found a rope over by the wall.
Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe.
And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget.
Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters.
And after that, you hid yourself in the safe. Having first set this parcel ticking.
Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Got a death wish, have ya? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe, it's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So, in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely.
Once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again.
I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within.
Ah, so it is.
I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans.
Do you mean to say you're planning to blow us all up?
No, that was unforeseen.
What do you mean?
Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth?
think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. What about the 2 incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrayne's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to.
That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all,
That's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here.
yes, well,
Dr. Sith again. So the forensic investigation team are here.
And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this loyal access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once.
my dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Sith?
Hello, Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Sith.
If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you...
Get out!
But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
it would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today.
But Mr. Sholmes.
Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands.
I said get out, now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson.
Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place. The whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed.
Inspector. I don't know, is that his weird laugh?
Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one.
Eh? What are you? That one? Yeah, you mean? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, fuck. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrayne's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Save, yes. This is very interesting.
Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here.
Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times.
Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today.
Yes, do you try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again?
Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject.
Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter?
Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction,
Sorry, I don't follow.
Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree.
Well, if I must agree, then...
As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred.
Oh my, Iris has been busy.
Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, but who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory.
Sorry to cut in.
I don't know if this is Iris. Who is this? Oh, no, this is Gregson. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning.
Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with the grim expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know.
Poor Professor.
Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for.
What paperwork?
I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report.
That mass murderers who killed 5 members of the aristocracy.
He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all linear.
Interesting. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector.
Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lovely lot of the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course.
Well then, Professor Harebrayne, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last.
I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber.
Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness.
I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much.
Thank you for that.
Counsel and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once.
This is it then. Final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in the trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth.
name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrayne, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels of the prosecution and defense ready to proceed?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks,
Yes, my lord.
there appears to be someone standing at your side.
Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. Prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably.
I'm starting to lose my English abilities. Wow, okay.
I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial.
I wasn't expecting that. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the looks of it.
The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else.
But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment.
I know, but this is so very hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very cool, very cool. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in the courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed?
Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing.
To take a man's life with a conjuring trick is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
Oh, I've listened to what's said on both sides of the fence and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all.
I don't remember any of their voices.
If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks.
Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or I cannot English. Oh my god. Maybe I should just go to bed. Person or persons. It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage.
Yes, I heard this brave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens. To smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion.
Damn. Oh, there is a hole underneath.
It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes, a terrible business.
He did it to destroy the evidence, did he?
And that Enoch Trepper.
The court will take this print as evidence counsel.
late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, Counsel, if you please.
The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asmund. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant.
Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court.
Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle?
Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before?
Oh, you do. I had exactly the same feeling myself.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind.
You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. It used its super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there?
It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigation indicates. Can you confirm your involvement?
Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all.
And the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last.
What?
Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more.
But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purposes of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition.
Understood. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asmund's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
A body double?
That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. That deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines?
Ugh.
Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asmund had no twin siblings.
It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber.
Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how.
Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field.
Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there.
Yes, that's right. We spotted it there ourselves.
If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill.
I do like the plus and minus thing he's got going on.
Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science?
Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
We can put the head pat.
Yes, my lord. I think probably after I cross-examine him, I might... Like this particular one, I might call it a night. My ability to English is like very quickly dwindling.
We can put this moot.
Hey, this is stuff I've already read, so I'm just gonna press it. So you're already acquainted with Mr. Asmund himself.
Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for.
So why did Mr. Asmund approach you in particular then?
Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
Not to mention excellence in fraud.
Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrayne certainly has a mind like no other.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however.
The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
It's a possibility that we have to explore.
Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there?
It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of that device either, not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear.
He must have planned all this from the outset.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it. Mr. Asman has a twin.
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings.
No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me.
The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Mr. Sith absolutely ruled that out as a possibility.
It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, no, nothing. I just wish that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind.
Hold it!
It crashed head first, you say?
According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day?
Unlikely. I barely leave my workshop.
Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene.
Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeted headfirst into the tower.
What a surprise.
I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it?
How would you have come by that information?
Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant. And he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height.
Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems.
Do we know which injury was the fatal one?
Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken,
It's obviously that he fell from a considerable height.
I suppose that's hard to deny.
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you?
Not in the slightest.
Oh, right.
As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them.
I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example.
But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on?
Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you?
Oof. A very good point.
Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound.
Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis.
He's certainly very sure of himself.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other.
But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrayne's innocence.
Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Trevor? Alright, which statement was it that he said? I think it was the body double thing. Actually, so there's clearly a hole here. There's a drop. Hitler's autopsy report. Condemned prisoner, redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym the professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. Isn't, I can't look at people. Isn't Dr. Sith, isn't her first name Courtney? Oh, we never looked at this chunk of broken glass, did we? This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide.
Yes, I've never seen anything like it.
If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin.
There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know.
Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely.
Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure.
There is nothing else about this piece of glass. Okay. Oh, we never looked at this camera either. There's blood on it.
What a wonderful machine.
You really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch.
Poor Professor Mikotopa. I still want a pocket watch. I think it would be very nice to have one.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
What is it?
On the bellows, just here. There seems to be some very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right. Maybe that's just the solution used for developing photos? I don't know. It looks like blood, actually.
Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Okay. There's supposed to be a frame at the back, right? Oh look, the cover came open.
Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see.
Is something wrong?
There's no plate. It's been removed.
Ah, what a pity. But
But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork. Just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Or what if there was, though? What if it is that? Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Horsu Sada-san. She looks devastated. I think that's everything we can look at. There's a little metal plaque here. Look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Guess there's nothing else about this. Is there nothing to look at on this head? Is there really nothing? Oh, I guess the lock. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Namahodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. I don't think there's anything else. Nope. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. Well, we have the birdcage here. Crashed down with the victim inside, causing damage to the base.
Objection!
We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. And as you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot.
Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet in the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely.
I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top.
What are you saying?
That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Good gracious, explain yourself, counsel. Oh, explain yourself, witness.
Well...
Hello, J-Burb, how are you doing? Have you played any of the Ace Attorney games?
If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Finished the first two, I think. So you haven't played this one, is that correct? I hope I'm not spoiling anything. Feel free to mute or leave if I am. Okay.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first.
The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level.
Which is approximately 18 meters.
It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though, to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually.
He wasn't quiet for long.
I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his.
If you're going to establish this deception, do it right.
Sorry?
I feel like that's the undertone here.
Ah, yes, and there's one more point. And the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates.
What?
It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Trevor, you will amend your testimony with the details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all.
Ugh, I can't. I nearly had him there. Damn, the way this guy moves. Can I present the balloon thing? Because he could have fallen from the balloon. Okay, well, apparently we're supposed to present this.
Objection!
This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. I should save. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet.
No.
Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram. The alternate location from which the birdcage could have possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet.
Wouldn't it have been here? Here, right? We'll try it.
Take that!
Also, a heads up, we have ads in about 4 minutes. The place I'm referring to is here.
But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with.
Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, Council. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, if we assumed there to be a void underneath. This birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design.
Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor on the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Trevor, it was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrayne's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Trevor.
Objection!
I'm never gonna get tired of that animation. It's so cool, their little interactions together. So my theory that I had earlier is completely down the toilet. And now I'm at a loss. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see.
My learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely.
What?
Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts.
2?
Firstly, before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Trevor had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cases.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to.
The nonsense with a crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same.
Oh, I forgot to manually start the ads, so they're going to start at some point. So 3 minutes of ads starting sometime soon.
The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point.
I will stop when I notice that they're starting, though.
And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so.
A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Ah, yes, there we go. Ads are now running. I was so sure that Enoch Drebber was the professor. But it can't be him. Because he's the guy that supposedly found the criminal crawling out of the grave. Yeah, Courtney Sith. Okay, she must have gotten her name changed after she got married, or maybe, I don't know. Because the person who signed that autopsy report was, Courtney Stevens. So that has to be her. Some reason her last name changed, but we'll see. I don't think we've met anyone named Stevens. No. But yeah, there's a reason that Drebber wanted Asmund dead. Because what it seems like so far is that Drebber wanted to kill Asmund and then pin the blame on Harebrayne. But I suppose at the end of this we'll learn the connection between everything. I do hope we learn about that, I'm pretty sure it's her daughter, I think, that we met. Who wanted to dissect us. I'm really hoping we see Bohemian Boy again. I think it'd be absolutely hilarious to see Bohemian Boy. That, and also maybe it's really fun being a little German boy. I don't know if she'll ever... She might be a witness? I don't think she will, though. Because the thing is, the waxwork thing is going to pop up at some point. What I believe is in the balloon that exploded was the second bird cage with the waxwork. Because I think the body could have passed off. I don't know. Because like from far away you can't really see, right? You can't really tell. Just as long as the body type is about the same, you could get away with it. Okay, a couple more seconds apparently, and then the ads are done. Because this chunk of ice was found in the clothing of the waxwork model, so it must have been used. Alright, time to continue.
I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Van Zieks?
The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asmund. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income.
30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions.
But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause.
What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive.
In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmund's death. The diametric opposite, in fact.
Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil.
It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide off the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
Well, shit. It's true.
If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the crystal tower, he couldn't have done it, and in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There's one aspect of your argument, and that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah, so I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths, too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 bird cage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
Get to the point.
The staged demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now. Well, then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer. The thing is, he probably did, but I don't have any evidence who. The only person I can think of is Courtney, because her name appears in that autopsy report. But maybe I should look at that contract. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? Where is it? Terms of investment. The investor, Mr. Odie Asmund, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Okay, that's Odie Asmund, that's E. Drebber. Okay, nothing in this tells me. Thing is I don't have any evidence. Well, we can only try. I did save. I think I did anyway.
The defense is ready to name Mr. Trevor's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Oh wait, Courtney's the head of the forensics team, so she would be able to do it. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. That inconsistency itself is a clue. Okay, so the person who keeps insisting they're the same thing is Courtney. Counsel? My lord. You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Trevor's accomplice? Has to be Courtney.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is...
What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that.
Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me.
I'm sure it will be all right, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Miss Susato.
The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy.
Alright then, here goes.
You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel. Now.
The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Sith. What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Sith?
The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim.
We know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. And everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in the team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Sith be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify.
You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once.
A grave problem? Oh my word.
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
What? Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone ever remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one dead or alive who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman.
That's true. If my argument is that there were two bird cages, then there must have been one person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet. Have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Present evidence. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Good gracious, evidence! I do hope this isn't filibustering. Counsel, the court is expecting a name.
if you think you have relevant evidence presented now.
Body double and birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witness would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Haha! The body double inside the second birdcage was, this guy.
Take that!
You know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower.
Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact.
It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come on out with it.
Thank you, Miss Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was. And as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. I find it funny how it's just sitting there.
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago. The professor.
Objection!
You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicating waxworks.
Yes, that's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork? Looks nothing like the victim. In fact, I could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber.
What?
Just days before Professor Harebrayne performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Two-Spells.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
And then the timing.
Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord!
I need to speak, if you please.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty! Guilty.
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 Guilty!
Kill me.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was going to happen.
We shall get through this, Mr. Narahodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure.
Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination.
I like how he doesn't even have to ask us anymore, he just knows.
Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Okay, probably gonna end it. No, I'm definitely gonna end it here. This is a good place to stop because it is already like almost 1 in the morning for me. We are going to save. Oh. And then I think most definitely next stream we'll finish this trial. And then I think after that we only have like 2 more trials in this game and then it's done. Okay, let's see. Is anybody still streaming right now? Thank you for the headbat. Maybe someone, I don't know if anyone's actually playing this game. Not really. Okay, yeah, no. That is all right. You know what? I don't feel like raiding today. That's okay. I think I'm gonna skip tonight. I'm just gonna call it here. Next stream is later today / tomorrow. That's gonna be Mass Effect. And I don't remember where I was in Mass Effect, but I have max charm, so I'm gonna be okay with whatever the game throws at me. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll cry. Who knows? But yeah, next week, same time for Ace Attorney, I think, probably. Yeah. And then, yeah, otherwise, I will see you guys next time. Thank you for coming by. I hope you have a good day or rest of your night. I don't need to lift myself out of here. That's fine. I'll see you guys later. Bye-byes.